This is Mission Control Houston, less than 50 minutes away from the deorbit burn. A short time from now, Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci will receive the latest weather update from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. Not much to talk about this morning on a crystal clear morning in central Florida with almost no wind. That's the condition expected to greet Atlantis' astronauts when they touch down 1 hour 57 minutes from now. Within a few minutes, the next step on the road home for Atlantis will be what is known as an OMS gimbal check. That is where the orbital maneuvering system engines are steered to verify their capability to be placed in the proper position for the deorbit burn. That deorbit burn is scheduled at 3:49 and 4 seconds Central Time, 4:49:04 Eastern Time. And again, that will be a 3-minute, 16-second retrograde burn of both orbital maneuvering system engines to slow Atlantis down by 331 feet per second, enabling it to drop out of orbit. Once Atlantis has decelerated from its orbital velocity, the vehicle basically will go from a tail-first orientation and will pitch over to begin its entry back to Earth in a nose-forward orientation. The propellant remaining in the shuttle's forward jets will be dumped. Only the aft jets are used for the controllability of the vehicle during entry.
Atlantis Houston, on page 3-5, the very first step, inhibit GPS to the pass and the backup. We'll take that, and once we get that, we'll uplink the state vector.
Okay, we'll inhibit GPS to both pass and the backup.
Thanks, Fergie. Also, to keep us off the squirrely lower right forward antenna, at 1706, we're going to go lower left forward antenna, and then go back to GPC at 1718, and we will call you to back you up at both of those times.
Okay, at 1706, you're going to have us go to lower left forward, and then back to GPC at 1718.
That's a good read back. Thanks, Ferg.
Capcom Barry Wilmore calling up antenna management for Commander Chris Ferguson on board Atlantis. The shuttle is approaching the equator, about to begin the 200th orbit of this mission and the final full orbit in shuttle program history of an orbiting space plane that first landed at Edwards Air Force Base in California on April 14th, 1981. The flight director that supervised the first entry of a space shuttle was Crimson Flight Don Putty, with the assistance of spacecraft communicator Joe Allen. This morning it is Intrepid Flight, Tony Sacacci overseeing the entry team of flight controllers with the assistance of Barry Wilmore and the weather Capcom Charlie Hobaugh.
Atlantis, your state vector is on board, and you have a go to load targets.
Copy, go to load targets. Houston, here comes the gimbal check.
Okay, we're watching.
This is Mission Control Houston. Tony Sacacci has received the latest update from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. No change. Severely clear skies over the Kennedy Space Center this morning. 10 miles of visibility. Winds out of 280 degrees at just 2 knots. We are observed go. We're forecast go. And the Spaceflight Meteorology Group quite confident that nothing will change.
Houston, here comes APU pre-start.
Copy, backing you up on APU pre-start.
The gimbal check, the steering check of the orbital maneuvering system engines has been completed. Guidance, navigation, and control officer reports a good gimbal check. 39 minutes away from the deorbit burn. We expect entry flight director Tony Sacacci to go around the room for a final go for the deorbit burn shortly. Up on the International Space Station, the Expedition 28 crew is up and running for a day's worth of work. They will actually be watching the landing on a video feed that will be uplinked to them from the space station flight control room down the hall from here. Atlantis has crossed the equator, now in the 200th orbit of its mission. A good auxiliary power unit pre-start reporting by the mechanical systems officer here in Mission Control. Flight Director Tony Sacacci is about to take the final poll for the final deorbit burn in Space Shuttle program history.
Atlantis Houston, everything is looking fantastic. Therefore, you are go for the deorbit burn, and you can maneuver on time.
Hey, great news, Butch. Thanks. Go for the deorbit burn, maneuver on time.
On as clear an evening as you can possibly hope for down at the Kennedy Space Center, final approval for the deorbit burn offered by Capcom Barry Wilmore. Everything is in great shape. The firing of the orbital maneuvering system engines 36 minutes away.
Hey, Houston, the bottom of page 3-7. Understand you want item 22 for that?
That's affirmative, Fergie. We'll take item 22.
Copy.
"240 miles above the Earth, Atlantis has sailed into the final orbital sunrise of its career, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit in which it will fire its orbital maneuvering system engines in just 30 minutes to begin the trip home and complete the 30-year Space Shuttle program." less than 30 minutes away from the deorbit burn. This dim view, although perceptible, of runway 15 at the Kennedy Space Center from the Vehicle Assembly Building at the Florida Spaceport, where Atlantis will be touching down 1 hour, 36 minutes from now. The weather is perfect this morning down at the Cape. No issues associated with the weather whatsoever. Everything on track. Atlantis in the process of beginning its maneuver to the deorbit burn orientation. This is Mission Control Houston, 20 minutes away from the deorbit burn. Everything is quiet here in the shuttle flight control room as the anticipation of the final minutes of Atlantis' career and the end of the space shuttle program are at hand.
We are ready.
Hey, Butch, I got a question for Eagle.
Eagle is standing by.
They are, because of our unique configuration for our DSR-25 recorder, it doesn't start recording until the payload aux switch comes on. And that doesn't happen apparently down the road till after the burn. We were wondering if we could bring that on now so we could get our recorder running.
Everybody's giving a thumbs up down here, Fergie. Your go to powered up.
Okay, here we go. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, less than 15 minutes away from the deorbit burn. Atlantis flying 240 miles above the Earth over the Caspian Sea, moving from northwest to southeast in the correct orientation for the deorbit burn that is scheduled for 3:49 and 4 seconds Central Time, 4:49:04 Eastern Time. This will be a 3-minute, 16-second retrograde burn of both orbital maneuvering system engines, slowing Atlantis down by 331 feet per second, allowing the orbiter to drop out of its current orbit and begin the trek back to the Kennedy Space Center, where the weather is ideal this morning. No issues have been worked throughout the course of the night. Clear skies, 10 miles visibility, virtually no wind to greet the 4 crew members aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis.
Atlantis, you can select lower left forward.
Lower left forward, here it comes.
9 minutes till the deorbit burn. Everything in order up in orbit for Atlantis. It's 4 crew members suited up. They're strapped into their seats on the flight deck. All systems functioning perfectly. The weather is pristine down at the Kennedy Space Center. Touchdown scheduled 1 hour, 16 minutes from now. Six and a half minutes away from the deorbit burn. Again, this will be a 3-minute, 16-second firing of both orbital maneuvering system engines to slow Atlantis down by 331 feet per second. Atlantis flying tail first. The deorbit burn will enable Atlantis to flip around so that it is in a nose-forward orientation as it begins to enter the Earth's atmosphere. The propellant remaining in the shuttle's forward jets will be dumped, only the aft jets used for controllability of the vehicle during entry. The weather continues to be outstanding. At the landing site of the Kennedy Space Center, the runway will be 15, the northwest to southeast approach to the 3-mile-long landing strip. The very first landing at the Kennedy Space Center was in February 1984, STS-135.
Houston, Atlantis, page 3-14, here comes APU number 3.
We're watching, Chunky.
Pilot Doug Hurley about to activate auxiliary power unit number 3 in support of the deorbit burn and the initial phase of entry. That very first landing at the Kennedy Space Center on the Shuttle Challenger in February of 1984, STS-135. Vance Brand was at the controls of Challenger that morning. Chris Ferguson and Doug Hurley on the flight deck, joined by Rex Walheim and Sandy Magnus for this final landing. The mechanical systems officer reports auxiliary power unit number 3 is up and running. Now 4 minutes away from the deorbit burn. This will be the 19th night landing at the Kennedy Space Center, the 25th in shuttle program history. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control, Dean Lenort, reports that the OMS engines are in good configuration for the deorbit burn, now 3.5 minutes away.
Atlantis for 45 seconds, and then we'll need GPC on the antennas.
Okay, we'll give you GPC in 45 seconds.
The deorbit burn to occur just to the northwest of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Again, a 3-minute, 16-second retrograde burn of both orbital maneuvering system engines. 2 minutes away from the burn.
Atlantis, good config for the deorbit burn.
Good config for the burn, Houston, thanks.
"30 seconds till the burn. The deorbit burn is underway. The propulsion officer reports 2 good orbital maneuvering system engines. Atlantis starts the beginning of the end of a journey that started with the aerodynamic testing of a craft called Enterprise in 1977, punctuated by the maiden launch of Columbia in 1981, culminating this morning with a night flight to the Kennedy Space Center.
Atlantis, good burn, no trim required.
Good burn, no trim required. A.M.E.D.T engines worked beautifully up until the very end.
Outstanding.
Commander Chris Ferguson aboard Atlantis, complimenting those orbital maneuvering system engines that have functioned time and time again in support of space shuttle missions for so many functions. Atlantis now committed to a landing at the Kennedy Space Center, touchdown scheduled 1 hour, 3 minutes, 53 seconds from now.
To your post-burn reconfig.
Copy, Butch. We'll put it in work.
With Atlantis now heading home to the Kennedy Space Center, preparations are underway for the grading of the 4 crew members on the orbiter by officials and, most importantly for the moment, the convoy team out on the shuttle landing facility. Standing by to provide an update for us on pre-landing preparations down at the landing site in Florida is George Diller of the Kennedy Space Center Public Affairs Office. Let's go to George now.
This is Kennedy Space Center shuttle ground operations, and all is in readiness for return of Atlantis. Atlantis will cross the Florida coastline near Naples, continue inland to the west shore of Lake Okeechobee, then northwestward toward Cape Canaveral and the Kennedy Space Center. The approach and landing is planned for runway 15, a northwest to southeast approach. Once the rollout of Atlantis is complete, the point on the runway where the nose wheel stops will be marked, and later a permanent marker will be placed at the edge of the runway, designating the final stopping point of Atlantis' last landing and the final landing of the Space Shuttle program.
Copy, go for the maneuver. Here we go.
Most of the final landing preparations at the shuttle landing facility runway were completed yesterday when all of the convoy vehicles and their support systems were turned on and checked out. There was a thorough sweep of the runway to check for possible debris, and that sweep was repeated again this morning. The runway operations are being controlled by Landing and Recovery Director Greg Gaddis in Firing Room 4 of the Launch Control Center, and by the Convoy Commander Tim O'Brien at the shuttle landing facility runway. The Landing and Recovery Director's consoles were staffed for landing starting at 2 a.m. this morning. The landing team, who will meet Atlantis on the runway in the vehicle convoy after touchdown, had their last and final briefing for the landing this morning just a short time ago at 4:15 a.m. The convoy then began moving out to the shuttle landing facility at about 4:45. There are a total of approximately 50 vehicles that make up the convoy. Not all of those vehicles are on the runway at one time, but enter at various pre-designated times during the 4 hours of the post-landing activities. Also earlier this morning, the microwave scanning beam landing system, the precision instrument landing system used for the final approach, as well as the visual landing systems were turned on and received a final checkout. Now that the deorbit burn is complete, they are pre-positioning their convoy vehicles near the end of the runway. We have confirmation that all of the navigation aids are on and ready to support the landing. The weather here at the runway is reported to be excellent. Winds are not a factor at all. They are just 2 knots out of the west-northwest, and the temperature on the runway is 73 degrees. Lighting at the shuttle landing facility, in addition to the traditional runway edge lights and the approach light system, there are 16 xenon lights that produce 1 billion candle power, each having an effective range of 6.2 miles. There are 2 groups of 4 lights located at each end of the runway, with the lights currently illuminating runway 15, shining down the landing field toward the southeast. The Mila tracking station on Merritt Island at Kennedy will acquire Atlantis about 13 minutes before landing at 5:43. Atlantis will be at a distance of approximately 500 miles from touchdown, and Mila will begin supplying controllers in Houston with voice, data, and telemetry communications. Meanwhile, at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, radar contact with Atlantis will also be made at that time. The orbiter will make the approach to Kennedy Space Center using the ground-based tacking system or tactical air navigation system, which is the radio homing beacon at the shuttle landing facility. The orbiter will require that signal at about 11 minutes before touchdown, and also being used aboard Atlantis for the landing is the GPS Global Positioning System navigation system of satellites. Long-range optical visual trackers at Kennedy and at Patrick Air Force Base south of Cocoa Beach will acquire the orbiter visually about 8.5 minutes prior to touchdown. As Atlantis approaches KSC and intercepts the heading alignment circle, the orbiter will begin following the curved approach of the microwave scanning beam landing system at the shuttle landing facility. This will be providing the orbiter with range, elevation, and azimuth information, which is fed into the orbiter's navigation system. The twin sonic booms will be heard at KSC about 3.5 minutes before landing, and shortly after that, the pilot's point of view camera will then provide video of the runway from the cockpit. Atlantis' weight as it touches down on the runway will be 226,375 pounds, which is 39,715 pounds lighter than when it launched, reflecting what was left at the International Space Station. After the orbiter's landing rollout is complete, there will then be the usual safety inspections and the so-called sniff checks to look for any toxic propellants which may have leaked or be venting. The astronauts will configure switches in the cockpit for the post-landing activities and be participating with KSC ground operations teams to safe the vehicle in preparations for the astronauts to disembark. The landing team is customarily given a briefing on any problems that may need special caution or attention once the orbiter is on the runway before they approach it. And once it's free of any toxic gases, the purge and coolant umbilical access vehicle will move into position around the rear of the orbiter, and those connections will be made. Then at that point, the crew transport vehicle will be moved into position adjacent to the orbiter access hatch on Atlantis' port side. That usually occurs about a half an hour after landing. Some of Atlantis' surface will be very, very hot after landing from re-entry, so the hands-on inspections cannot begin until the orbiter has completely cooled down about 45 minutes after landing. This includes a cursory inspection of the landing gear and the orbiter's wheels and tires, and there will be a quick look status of the orbiter's thermal protection system tiles. Also, a physician will board Atlantis as soon after landing as the crew access hatch can be safely opened. He'll conduct a brief preliminary examination of the astronauts before the crew leaves the orbiter. Then the astronauts can make the preparations to disembark and enter the crew transport vehicle, which usually occurs between 45 minutes and an hour after landing. Then at that point, there will be more thorough physical examination of the astronauts, which takes place on the crew transport vehicle. That lasts about a half an hour, and then the astronauts will have the opportunity for a walk-around of the orbiter on the runway. Afterwards, before leaving the runway, they'll make some brief remarks, also joined by our NASA Administrator, Charlie Bolden. The crew will then board the Astrovan for the 5-mile trip back to the astronaut quarters. Atlantis' tow to the hangar will begin approximately 4 hours after landing, or about 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and it will be going into Bay 2 of the orbiter processing facility. Then Atlantis will be fully de-stowed for the final time, and deservicing will then begin. Atlantis will eventually go on public display at the Kennedy Space Center at the visitor complex.
You can expect a positive H-cell on your first.
Once back at the astronaut quarters, all of the crew will undergo more thorough physical examinations, then have something to eat and see their immediate family members. They're planning to go back home to Houston on Friday afternoon. Once Atlantis lands after 200 orbits, it will have spent 307 days in space and traveled nearly 126 million miles during its 33 flights since its first launch in 1985. At 54 minutes, 22 seconds from the landing of Space Shuttle Atlantis, this is Kennedy Space Center shuttle ground operations.
This is Mission Control Houston. Atlantis is currently flying just to the south of the continent of Australia, about to pass across the South Pacific en route to the Kennedy Space Center. As you heard from George Diller down at the landing site at the Florida Spaceport, we're about 53 minutes away from touchdown. Atlantis is going to be dumping propellant out of its forward jets. The aft reaction control system steering jets will be controlling the shuttle's aerodynamic functions because there is not enough air pressure in the upper regime of the atmosphere for the Elevon's rudder, speed brake, and body flap to become active until the shuttle descends further into the atmosphere. We're 21 minutes away from entering the point called Entry Interface over the Pacific Ocean, at which Atlantis will be 400,000 feet in altitude, traveling 25 times the speed of sound, with a range to touchdown of 5,000 statute miles from the Kennedy Space Center. "16 minutes after we reach the atmosphere and the astronauts begin to experience the first pull of gravity against their bodies in 13 days, Atlantis will be commanded into a series of roll reversals designed to bleed off excess velocity and inertia that it has built up during its time in orbit. Also will be commanded through a series of S-curves, S-shaped curves, also to dissipate energy as it approaches the landing site. The ground track will carry Atlantis over Central America, just to the east of the Yucatan Peninsula, out over the Gulf of Mexico. It will fly west of Cuba. Its computers honed in now on runway 15, the northwest to southeast approach to the 3-mile-long landing strip at the Cape. The entry team of flight controllers, led by entry flight director Tony Sacacci, went through a fairly pedantic timeline today in the deorbit preparations. There were no weather issues whatsoever, very little discussion with the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The conditions down at the Kennedy Space Center are perfect, with clear skies, 10 miles of visibility, and as you heard, just about 2 knots of crosswind. At the time of its landing, Atlantis will have accrued 125,935,769 miles over its 33-flight career, spanning 26 years, and will have navigated 4,848 orbits of the Earth. Its maiden flight in October 1985, STS-51J, was a classified Defense Department mission commanded by Carol Bobko, landing now just 49.5 minutes from now at the Kennedy Space Center to conclude 3 decades of space shuttle operations. Atlantis now dumping the propellant remaining in its forward jets, only the aft jets to be used for controllability of the vehicle during entry. Atlantis now has dumped all of its forward propellant. Everything is looking very good. All of Atlantis' systems functioning perfectly. Auxiliary power unit number 3 was activated prior to the deorbit burn to support that activity. The other 2 APUs will be turned on momentarily in support of landing. Now 15 minutes away from entering the first discernible traces of the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Houston, here comes APUs 1 and 2 on time.
We're ready and watching. Thanks, Junkie.
Pilot Doug Hurley about to activate the remaining auxiliary power units.
And Houston, if you're ready, here comes SSME Hyde repress.
We're ready for that, Chunky. Also, Hyde fluid thermal conditioning is not required.
Copy. Thermal conditioning not required.
Pilot Doug Hurley receiving the news that no hydraulic conditioning of the Space Shuttle's main engines will be required for their repositioning once Atlantis reaches the landing site at the Kennedy Space Center. All 3 auxiliary power units up and running in good shape. Everything is quiet here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room. Nearby, in front of the main administrative building here at the Johnson Space Center, Building 1, a giant jumbotron is showing the view that we are seeing of Atlantis' homecoming in what will amount to a celebration of sorts, even though this is a night of mixed emotions, of course, with the Space Shuttle program winding down to its final 43 minutes before touchdown. But there are hundreds of people outside the Johnson Space Center, all wanting to be part of a moment in history. Here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room, the team of entry flight controllers led by Flight Director Tony Sacacci now on their entry cue cards to match the procedures being followed by Atlantis' astronauts up on the flight deck. Rex Walheim, the flight engineer, seated right behind Commander Chris Ferguson and pilot Doug Hurley. In between them, to his right, Sandy Magnus. Just 10 minutes away from feeling the first tug of Earth's gravity in almost 2 weeks, Atlantis will be entering the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Temperatures around the orbiter will build to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The guidance officer here in Mission Control reports that we're about to transition the general purpose computers to Ops 304. That's the entry load of software that governs the orbiter's characteristics as it enters the Earth's atmosphere and begins the process of informing the computers as to the role reversals that will be conducted and the curves, the S-band curves that will be taken by the shuttle to bleed off excess velocity and energy as it approaches the landing site. We're just 6.5 minutes away from entry interface. Everything is going very well. We're told, by the way, that the line stretching to come into the Johnson Space Center for folks wishing to participate in the moment of history is stretched out all the way from the main mall here at the Johnson Space Center all the way out to NASA Road 1, the main thoroughfare in which you drive into this Space Center, indicative of the level of interest for this final shuttle landing that is just 38 minutes away. The Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer reports that both flight controller stations are now activated. This will enable Chris Ferguson, and if he hands the stick off to pilot Doug Hurley, both will be able to perform control stick steering during the final minutes flying around the heading alignment circle at the Kennedy Space Center. The general purpose computer is now running Ops 304 for all the entry software. Atlantis 4.5 minutes away from entering the Earth's atmosphere, range to touchdown 6,200 statute miles. Atlantis streaking across the Pacific Ocean, moving from southwest to northeast, traveling 16,000 miles an hour, 95 miles in altitude, range to touchdown 5,800 statute miles, time to touchdown 34.5 minutes. Atlantis about to enter the Earth's atmosphere, traveling 25 times the speed of sound right now, 83 miles in altitude, range to touchdown 5,300 statute miles, all of its systems functioning perfectly. Atlantis now at the point of entry interface, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. The force of gravity will be building up against the 4 crew members up on the flight deck. Atlantis 74 miles in altitude, range to touchdown 5,000 statute miles. Descending at a rate of 500 feet per second. All of its systems in excellent shape. The flight dynamics officer reports that the latest balloon data is all in sync with everything that had been prescribed for Atlantis' deorbit burn. We're still targeting runway 15, the northwest to southeast approach to the 3-mile-long landing strip. This is Mission Control Houston, less than 30 minutes to go before Atlantis' touchdown. The viewing room here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room is nearly filled at this hour with a variety of former flight directors, their families, invited guests of the Center Director, Mike Coates. And again, outside of Building 1 here at the Johnson Space Center, crowds continuing to build here in the final minutes prior to Atlantis' touchdown, watching the proceedings on a big Jumbotron screen right outside of the main administrative building here. Atlantis 55 miles in altitude, range to touchdown to the Kennedy Space Center is 4,000 statute miles. Descending at a rate of 430 feet per second. Time to touchdown 28 minutes. In about 12 minutes, Atlantis will be commanded through the series of roll reversals. There are 3 that are pre-programmed to dissipate excess velocity as Atlantis approaches the landing site. This front screen view here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room showing the ground track of Atlantis that will pass over Central America, just to the east of the Yucatan Peninsula, back out over the Gulf of Mexico, west of Cuba, with landfall over the Florida Peninsula, over the southwest coast near Naples, Florida. Atlantis has now begun what is called closed-loop guidance, banking its wings about 70 degrees to the left and then back to the right, the initiation of the dissipation of excess energy. Soon to cross over Central America, time to touch down 26 minutes. Down at the Kennedy Space Center, this view of runway 15, the northwest to southeast approach that Atlantis will be touching down on just 25 minutes from now. All preparations are in order at the landing site with the convoy teams in place, ready to attend to Atlantis and its crew of 4 following wheel stop. As Atlantis approaches the coast of Central America, currently 46 miles in altitude, range to touchdown 3,000 miles. Again, a view of the crowds outside Building 1 here at the Johnson Space Center, who are making the most of this memorable occasion, participating in a moment in history and the completion of the Space Shuttle program. Flight controllers here in the Space Shuttle Flight Control Room in the final minutes of shuttle operations for this room that first saw activity on the STS-70 mission in July of 1995. Atlantis approaching the coast of Central America, traveling 22 times the speed of sound, its nose pointed 40 degrees up in its angle of attack. Range to touchdown 2,300 statute miles, time to touchdown 21.5 minutes. "20 minutes until touchdown. Atlantis now less than 2,000 miles from its landing site, 43 miles in altitude, dissipating energy and inertia built up through its activities in orbit. Its wings pointed almost directly to the Earth through a series of banking maneuvers. Maneuvering also through a series of pre-programmed S-shaped curves, first to the left, then to the right, reducing its speed as it approaches the Florida coastline. First, it will traverse over Central America, then to the east of the Yucatan Peninsula. Roll reversals are coming up for the shuttle.
We are doing fantastic. How about you?
We're doing fantastic, but I wish we could share with everybody this really cool glow. It's just amazing outside.
Yeah, we were just talking about imagining it ourselves.
That was easy for you to say.
Enjoying the ride home, Commander Chris Ferguson describing what amounts to the plasma buildup around Atlantis as it descends through the atmosphere about to cross the coast of Central America. Capcom Barry Wilmore is the voice you're hearing here in Mission Control, talking directly to Atlantis' astronauts 18 minutes from touchdown. Atlantis now 41 miles in altitude, range to touchdown 1,400 statute miles. The report from the space station flight control room is that NASA flight engineer Mike Fossum was in the cupola at the time that Atlantis descended through the atmosphere and was able to see Atlantis's plasma trail through the cupola windows of the International Space Station. Less than 15 minutes before touchdown, Atlantis moving just to the east of the Yucatan Peninsula, about a minute and a half away from acquiring communications to the Merritt Island tracking station near the Kennedy Space Center. The International Space Station will be passing directly over the Cape just 9 minutes before Atlantis' touchdown and should be visible in a clear sky this morning. Atlantis about to pass across the Gulf of Mexico, traveling 14 times the speed of sound, now 700 miles from the Kennedy Space Center, 34 miles in altitude, descending at a rate of 126 feet per second. C-band radar tracking now acquired through the Merritt Island tracking station near the Kennedy Space Center. Atlantis just 450 miles from its destination, 31 miles in altitude, traveling 10 times the speed of sound, nearing the southwest coast of Florida.
Atlantis, we show you on energy and on ground track. Your nav is go. We show you touching down 2,200 feet at 205 knots, and you should see 19% on the speed brake.
Okay, we copy all. Approach and 19% on the speed brake.
The flight dynamics officer here in Mission Control reports Atlantis is perfectly targeted for the Kennedy Space Center. Time to touchdown 11 minutes. Everything looking very good on board the orbiter.
Atlantis, take TACANS, take GPS.
The TACANs are the Tactical Air Navigation Aids. 3 redundant units aboard the orbiter receiving data of range, elevation, and bearing from radio beacons at the landing site. Atlantis about to cross the coast near Naples, Florida, 10 minutes to touchdown. 260 miles from the landing site at the Kennedy Space Center.
Beautiful view of the Yucatan, I think, going right under the wing right now. It's a gorgeous day, or evening.
You're looking good to us, Atlantis. You're just passing the west coast of Florida.
Oh, okay. Further than I thought we were. Yeah, a little bit of an echo.
This track will carry Atlantis just to the west of Lake Okeechobee, 24 miles in altitude, 200 miles to the Kennedy Space Center. Now traveling less than 6 times the speed of sound. Descending at a rate of 200 feet per second. Time to touchdown 9 minutes, 14 seconds. The air data probes have been deployed. These are probes on either side of Atlantis' nose that provide pressure, altitude, airspeed, Mach numbers, angle of attack, and rate of descent information for the general purpose computers. Time to touchdown 8 minutes. Atlantis traveling 4 times the speed of sound.
Atlantis, take air data.
Take air data.
6.5 minutes from touchdown. The International Space Station just passed directly over the Kennedy Space Center in advance of Atlantis' landing. Atlantis currently traveling 2.5 times the speed of sound, range to touchdown just 69 miles.
Atlantis on energy approaching the hack. No changes to winds or weather. Nominal shoot.
No change to winds and weather, nominal shoot.
Now looking over the shoulder of pilot Doug Hurley on the flight deck of Atlantis, this pilot point of view camera. 5 minutes till touchdown. Atlantis soon will be going subsonic. Our first view through infrared cameras at the Kennedy Space Center. Commander Chris Ferguson now flying Atlantis. 3.5 minutes until touchdown. Piercing the pre-dawn skies, the space shuttle announces its arrival at the launch site with its signature sound of twin sonic booms having gone subsonic for the last time.
Atlantis on at the 180.
Copy, on at the 180.
Pilot Doug Hurley now taking a few seconds of stick time on Atlantis. With a fitting elegance for its final moments of flight, Atlantis takes one last lap around the Kennedy Space Center.
Atlantis on at the 90.
On at the 90.
Commander Chris Ferguson now back on the stick. Atlantis descending at an angle 7 times steeper than that of a commercial jetliner.
Hey, field beside Houston.
Copy, Atlantis. Field in sight.
As it approaches the runway, Commander Chris Ferguson will flare up Atlantis' nose to burn off excess speed prior to the landing gear deployment by pilot Doug Hurley. Once again, the view from the pilot point of view camera, 1 minute till touchdown. The pre-flare maneuver executed. Landing gear down and locked. Main gear touchdown. Hurley now deploying the drag chute. Ferguson rotating the nose gear down to the deck. Nose gear touchdown. Having fired the imagination of a generation, a ship like no other, its place in history secured, the Space Shuttle pulls into port for the last time. Its voyage at an end.
Mission complete, Houston. After serving the world for over 30 years, the Space Shuttle's earned its place in history and it's come to a final stop.
We copy your will stop, and we'll take this opportunity to congratulate you, Atlantis, as well as the thousands of passionate individuals across this great spacefaring nation who truly empowered this incredible spacecraft, which for 3 decades has inspired millions around the globe. Job well done, America.
Hey, thanks, Butch. Great words. Great words. You know, the Space Shuttle's changed the way we view the world, and it's changed the way we view our universe. There's a lot of emotion today, but one thing's indisputable. America's not going to stop exploring. Thank you, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Endeavor, and our ship Atlantis. Thank you for protecting us and bringing this program to such a fitting end. God bless all of you. God bless the United States of America.
Inspiring comments, Atlantis. We'll meet you on 5-3.
We'll see you there, Butch.
On 5-8, we will take RAD reconfig.
Okay, I understand you want RAD reconfig at this time.
That's affirmative.
Atlantis is home. Its journey complete. A moment in history to be savored.
Atlantis, when you get there, NH3 activation will be B SEC on.
B SEC on.
As Atlantis...
Activation, Houston.
Yep, well, we'll be ready for that when you get above 55.
Okay, very good. If you give us a call, we're going to go back and start on 5-3.
We'll do it.
As you can see, the normal venting of the auxiliary power units on Atlantis. The convoy team will be around the vehicle before long. And Mission Control here under the direction of Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci will give the crew a green light to shut down the auxiliary power units for the very final time.
Hey, Convoy Commander, this is Atlantis. Hey, Tim O'Brien, it's great to be home, and it's awesome to hear your voice. Copy.
Atlantis, we're ready for ammonia activation on 5-8.
Ammonia act on 5-8, here we go.
All right, and just to confirm, B-Sec on.
B-Sec on, thanks.
Mission Control, Houston.
Ready and watching, Chunky.
Okay, they're coming up.
The external tank umbilical doors are currently being opened. Space Shuttle main engines being repositioned, part of the initial safing process for Atlantis. Atlantis, with its landing 7.5 minutes ago, wrapping up its 33rd and final mission over a 26-year career. On this flight, it logged 5,284,862 miles in service to the International Space Station. For 33 flights, Atlantis traveled 125,935,769 miles in 307 days in orbit, circumnavigating the globe 4,848 times.
Hey, Houston, the RJDs are off, the side hatch, drag chute, and landing gear are safe.
We copy that, Atlantis. One switch check on 014, the bottom row, fourth switch from the right. The F1 logic will take that to off if it's not already.
Okay, good catch, Butch. Thanks. It's off now.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not sure if I told you or not before, but the hydraulic load test is not required.
We copy, not required.
As you heard, Commander Chris Ferguson reporting that Atlantis' landing gear now safed.
Hey, Houston, we're on the top of page 5-6.
Standing by for the go-ahead to shut down the auxiliary power units, the first glimmer of daylight falling on the Kennedy Space Center.
Atlantis, we are go for Ops 9 when you get there.
Copy, go for Ops 9.
Actually, Atlantis, stand by on the Ops 9 transition for just a second.
Okay, well, hold on.
We wait for the auxiliary power units to shut down. We now have unofficial landing times for you. For Atlantis' final landing, the unofficial time for nose gear touchdown was a mission elapsed time of 12 days, 18 hours, 27 minutes, 53 seconds, which equates to 4:56 and 57 seconds a.m. Central Time.
All right.
Main gear touchdown followed 21 seconds later at 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, and 14 seconds, or 4:57 and 18 seconds a.m. Central Time. And wheel stop marked here in Mission Control. The final wheel stop, the final motion of a space shuttle in program history, 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, 57 seconds at 4:58 and 1 second a.m. Central Time.
The impact looks good to us. You ready for Ops 901?
We are indeed ready, Atlantis.
Houston, we're ready for SSME repo.
Stand by 1 second, Chucky. Okay, Chunky, we're ready for SSME repo.
Action work, Butch.
This is Mission Control Houston with more updated landing times that are now official from the NASA test director. The official landing times that we have received here in Mission Control now show main gear touchdown at 12 days, 18 hours, 27 minutes, 56 seconds. That equates to 4:57 a.m. sharp Central Time. Nose gear touchdown, 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, 16 seconds, or 4:57 and 20 seconds a.m. Central Time. Wheel stop, 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, 50 seconds, or 4:57:54 a.m. Central Time. Once again, main gear touchdown, mission elapsed time 12 days, 18 hours, 27 minutes, 56 seconds, or 4:57 a.m. Central Time.
If you so desire, you can doff suits. And Fergie, we're with you in PCS DAC on page 5-10. Once you complete that and GPS power down, we'll be with you for extended power up.
Okay, go to doff suits, and we'll see you on page 5-10.
Nose gear touchdown now marked officially at 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, 16 seconds, 4:57 and 20 seconds a.m. Central Time. And wheel stop officially marked now at 12 days, 18 hours, 28 minutes, 50 seconds, 4:57:54 a.m. Central Time.
Houston, Atlantis, Papa 5-9, waiting on your go for APU high shutdown.
We are ready for that, Atlantis.
It's in work.
Pilot Doug Hurley now in the process of shutting down the auxiliary power units. The initial team of convoy engineers now gathering around the shuttle Atlantis, which landed at 4:57 a.m. Central Time, 5:57 a.m. Eastern Time, to wrap up its 33rd and final mission and the last flight in Space Shuttle program history.
Houston, on the CDR side, we're with you on the top of page 5-12. And Houston, APU height shutdown.
We copy APU height shutdown.
Hey, Butch Eddie here on the lightweight headset. We're on the top of page 5-14.
Okay, we are with you on top of 5-14. We got you loud and clear. Stand by on the DAC for just a second.
This is Mission Control Houston. You can see the crew transport vehicle pulling up alongside the hatchway of the Shuttle Atlantis 22 minutes after its final landing at the Kennedy Space Center. The auxiliary power units have now been shut down. The hydraulic system has been safed on board Atlantis. And with that, let's go for the moment down to the Kennedy Space Center and George Diller, who will talk about convoy operations on runway 15. George?
This is shuttle ground operations. The activities to move the convoy into position around the orbiter are underway. The initial forward inspections are complete, so the vehicles that need to access Atlantis around the forward end are now occurring. As we see, the crew transport vehicle is there, and also the orbiter white room is being moved up around the hatch so that the hatch can be opened. Right now that that has occurred, some of the sniff checks are underway around the aft and underneath the orbiter. That will go on before any of the vehicles that we can see here in the picture to the aft of Atlantis and off to the right, before they are allowed to approach it and begin their purge connections. Right now we do know that there are no leaks. The sniff checks reveal nothing around the mid-body or the forward area. The mechanism for deploying the drag chute on the aft is confirmed to be safe, and the landing gear has been safed. And no leakage, that's been confirmed from early reports, no leakage anywhere. So we're gradually moving toward the aft, confirming that Atlantis is safe for the approach around the back end. Once that occurs, there will still be a period where not too much can occur underneath the orbiter because of the heat. The orbiter has to cool down some. There will be eventually an inspection of the landing gear, the wheels and tires, but right now the orbiter still has to cool off. But they will be able to approach the back end to begin some of those connections. We can see now one of those convoy vehicles is approaching the aft so that they can do some of those inspections and preparations for connections as well. So that means things are actually a little bit ahead of schedule. We can see some daylight now off in the background. You can see Titusville and the Indian River.
Door purge positioning is complete. We'll continue.
That's a good readback.
Very shortly after the hatches open, then we'll have a physician board Atlantis and do a preliminary examination of the astronauts. And they will begin preparations to disembark about 45 minutes after landing. So that's in about another 20 minutes. And also at that time, we have 3 time-critical mid-deck experiments which must be destowed. And they would like to do that almost as soon as the crew is off. And one of the payload convoy vehicles is to the forward and off to the left, and they will be moving into position after the crew is off. So those time-critical mid-deck experiments that are coming off the shuttle from coming home from the space station can be taken to an offline lab back at the space station processing facility. We're expecting Atlantis' tow to begin about 4 hours from now. around 10 a.m. It'll be going to Bay 2 of the Orbiter Processing Facility. The temperature on the runway is 73 degrees, and this is good for the crews on the runway since it will be cool for another couple of hours before the Florida heat really begins to set it in out on the runway, and by the time the orbiter's ready for tow, it will not have gotten too hot for the teams in the convoy. That's one of the reasons for attempting a pre-dawn landing, so that it will not be too hot during the deservicing and we get the tow underway before the heat of the day really sets in. 26 minutes now after the landing of Atlantis. This is Kennedy Space Center Shuttle ground operations.
Houston, you ready for Ops 901 now?
That's affirmative, Fergie. We're ready for a 901.
I'm sorry, but you were cut out. I understand you're ready for 901?
That's affirmative.
Ready for GPC power down?
That's affirmative. Ready for GPC power down. For Chucky, instead of keeping those water boiler 3 messages to continue to enunciate, you can go ahead and take the boiler controller heater switch number 3 to off.
Okay, but boiler controller number 3 is coming off.
Thanks, Chucky. Houston, for Chunky, just want to let you know we have no deltas to your RCS ohms valve test.
Okay, so you want me to do it? It's in work, Butch.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Now 34 minutes since the landing of Atlantis down on runway 15 at the Kennedy Space Center. Safing of the vehicle continuing to go well. The side hatch of Atlantis has been opened. The crew transport vehicle has been moved alongside the orbiter. As you can see, Commander Chris Ferguson still in his seat. The crew has been given the green light to doff their suits. So we would expect to see the 4 crew members on the flight deck begin to emerge from Atlantis a short time from now, cooling again, being hooked up to the vehicle. And once the flight control team here in Houston is comfortable with all of the post-landing safing procedures, they will formally turn Atlantis over to the ground support team at the Kennedy Space Center, and that will pave the way for entry flight director Tony Sacconci to conclude this final shift ever in the Space Shuttle flight control room and bid farewell to the entry team of flight controllers. We will be standing by to bring that live to you from the floor of Mission Control.
RCS thumbs up, test complete.
Copy. Chucky, we have kind of a funny, we've got to open and close discrete on the left RCS manifold 5 on the oxide. So if you could cycle the left RCS manifold 5 to close and then back open.
We'll do it, Butch. And Houston, that's complete.
Thank you.
Early morning daylight. The Kennedy Space Center in view, the shuttle landing facility, which was the final touchdown point for Atlantis 40 minutes ago. Landing was at 4:57 a.m. Central Time, 5:57 a.m. Eastern Time, about 41 minutes before sunrise. Atlantis, a ghostly silhouette swooping across the end of the runway and touching down to complete a flawless mission, its final flight, 13-day mission to fortify the International Space Station. Safing procedures now in work, and the crew aboard the flight deck working to get out of their launch and entry suits.
Loud and clear, comrade. How us?
Houston, ask, com check.
Ask Houston, we have you loud and clear. How do you read us?
All right, got you the same, Butch.
Astronaut support personnel now aboard Atlantis as the first of the crew members begin to make their way out of the orbiter. Our understanding is that Rex Walheim is now off the vehicle. Walheim exited Atlantis for the last time about a minute and a half ago. Standing by for word on the other crew members.
And comrade Houston, if you would go ahead.
Sandy Magnus now off the vehicle.
The GPS power down for OV-104, the A13 steps. We'll take those.
All right, stand by, Houston. Hey, Butch, anything else you need from the left seat?
Stand by.
And Houston, to a egress from the orbiter.
Copy. Fergie, you could go ahead on L1 and take the 3 IMU fans to off.
Okay, on L1, we'll take the 3 IMU fans to off.
Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. 2 of the 4 crew members of Atlantis now off the vehicle. Rex Walheim and Sandy Magnus now in the crew transport vehicle as Commander Chris Ferguson and pilot Doug Hurley continue to work switch configurations with astronaut support personnel up on the flight deck. Meanwhile, the convoy teams around the vehicle have hooked up, are in the process of hooking up cooling to Atlantis. We expect that to be completed in about 15 minutes.
from Houston. We'll need you on 5-22, NH3 reconfig. Let me know when you're there.
Broadcast is ready on 5-22.
Okay, yeah, we'll take ammonia reconfig as written. When you get there, step 3, you'll be alpha sec on.
Copy, NH3 reconfig. When we get to step 3, it'll be alpha sec on.
Good readback.
Hey, Houston, CDR. Hey, just tell us what steps you want over on L1. We'll do it right now.
Okay, Fergie, we'll take ammonia controller Bravo to off. I think your temperature is good, so you can go ahead after that and take your ammonia controller Alpha to sec on.
Okay, Bravo's off and Alpha's sec on. And, hey, Butch, thanks for everything on entry. You guys did a spectacular job. You always make it look easy. We're going to sign off here, and it's going to be hard, but we're going to walk off Atlantis.
We understand, Fergie. Job well done.
Those final words from the flight deck from Commander Chris Ferguson as he prepares to unstrap and make his way into the crew transfer vehicle.
And comrade, just
the last crew member to exit a space shuttle.
The GPS power down.
Be there in a minute.
And comrade, we need you on L1. Let me know when you're there.
All right, Houston, you ready on A13?
Actually, comrade, if you could go to L1 first, let me know when you're there.
Ready on L1.
Okay, we've got ground cooling hooked up now, so we'll go ahead and do ammonia deac. So ammonia controller Alpha to off, rat out temp to norm.
NH3 control Alpha to off. And rat out temp come to norm.
Okay, thanks. We'll continue to watch the starred block to make sure we don't need you back over there, and we'll call you if we do.
Copy. And Houston Ave, all crew members are out of the orbiter. Elvis has left the building.
Okay, we copy, comrade. We'll take those A13 steps now.
On the way.
This is Mission Control Houston. All 4 crew members now off Atlantis and the crew transport vehicle. Here in the flight control room, the entry team of flight controllers in the final minutes of Space Shuttle support operations. Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci, who presided over the landing of Atlantis, about to confirm that ground cooling has been hooked up to the vehicle, after which the Kennedy Space Center will have control of the vehicle, and Sacacci will begin to say goodbye to the entry team here in Mission Control. Again, we're just moments away from ground cooling being hooked up to Atlantis, at which time Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci will hand off the vehicle to the support and convoy teams down at the Kennedy Space Center. The Environmental Systems Officer reports stable cooling to the Shuttle Atlantis. We are ready to hand the vehicle over for the final time.
All right, let's see, and everybody's happy. The only thing we're worried, let's see, prop, you're happy, everything's configured the way you like it. GNC, Max.
Prop's in a good config.
Max in a good config.
GNC's in a good config.
Eagle.
Eagle's in a good config.
Ecom.
We're good.
DPS.
Yes.
And Encode.
We're done, flight.
And booster.
Good config.
Okay. All right, guys, got one more step here to do, but before we do that, hopefully I can get through this, but I don't, you know, like, so let's see, I'd like to take this opportunity, pass on a few words, since this will be the last time this team will be together. See, first and foremost, I wanted to thank you guys, my colleagues, my friends, the shuttle flight controllers of mission operations. It's been my extreme privilege and honor to have worked with each one of you and have been part of this outstanding team of individuals so dedicated and passionate about the work they do. Each one of you should take great pride in the accomplishments you have achieved and know that you are the main reason for the success of the Space Shuttle program. 30 years ago, the dream had just begun. The flight director for entry was Crimson Flight, Don Putty, with Capcom Joe Allen. As Columbia's nose gear touched down and began rollout, Putty told his team, prepare for acceleration. Well, the shuttle hasn't failed us in that. It was a moment for the history books. Today is also a moment in the history books. Those books will talk about the amazing work of the flight control teams over the past 30 years. The work done in this room and this building will never again be duplicated. I believe that the accomplishments of the shuttle program will become the next set of shoulder of giants for the future programs to stand on. Hold your heads up high with pride as we close out the Space Shuttle program. You have earned it. To all, like I always say, savor the moment, soak it in, and know you are the best in the world. Your work here has made America and the world a better place. It's been an unbelievable and amazing journey. From intrepid flight to the entire NASA team, God bless you all and Godspeed. So with that, why don't you guys go ahead and get your MIPSer guys if you want. Bring them all in here, and we'll go ahead and watch the crew walk around. And while I finish handing over the vehicle.
heartfelt words from Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci, signing off to the entry team for the final time as 30 years of space shuttle operations and mission control come to an end with the safe landing of Atlantis. Its 4 astronauts now off the vehicle for the final time. Here in the flight control room, all of the engineers who have worked so tirelessly over the years in support of space shuttle missions are filtering into the space shuttle flight control room to share the moment. You heard the words from Entry Flight Director Tony Sacacci, but those are words that are echoing through the hearts of every single technician and engineer from every single discipline here at the Johnson Space Center. The room is quickly filling up. Handshakes all around. A very emotional moment, a very historic moment. This is Mission Control Houston. Amongst the well-wishers here in Mission Control, Mike Coates, the Center Director of the Johnson Space Center, who flew on the maiden flight of the Space Shuttle Discovery, joining others here in the flight control room, which is now filled with people expressing their emotions and their congratulations on the completion of the Space Shuttle program. once again here in Mission Control. The room is filled with the greats from the history of the shuttle program who have spent the past 3 decades in support of mission operations to bring all of these flights to conclusion. This is Mission Control, Houston. It has been just over an hour since Atlantis' landing at the Kennedy Space Center, and with the vehicle now having been handed over to the Kennedy Space Center for the final time, we will return to the Florida Spaceport and continuing coverage of the completion of the final mission in Space Shuttle program history. For the last time in this room, this is Mission Control, Houston.
This is Kennedy Space Center shuttle ground operations. 1 hour, 8 minutes, 35 seconds after the landing of Space Shuttle Atlantis. Right now we see the payload van has moved up around the nose of Atlantis. It will be used very shortly to take the 3 time critical science experiments off the middeck, and will be going to an offline laboratory at the space station processing facility before the effects of gravity have a chance to change the data that the scientists are looking for on those experiments. Right now the communications coming from the flight deck from the ASP are being relayed to Houston through the Mila tracking station through their UHF antenna, and there is still telemetry data going back to Houston through Mila's S-band antenna, uplink antenna. And this will be the last mission for the Mila tracking station. It's been supporting manned spaceflight operations since the early days of Apollo. And its history ends with STS-135. Out on the runway, the main chute has been recovered, and work is underway now to bring back the drag chute. Crews are going in under Atlantis now. The orbiter has cooled, the landing gear has been pinned, and some initial tile inspections will begin. The data from the onboard flight data recorders has been dumped. The data dump has been completed. That's been uplinked to Houston through Mila. Turnover to Kennedy occurred at landing plus an hour nominal time. After the landing, the hatch was opened at 6:28, about 31 minutes after landing. And our first crew member was off. That was Mission Specialist number 2, Rex Walheim. He was off at 6:37. He was followed by Sandy Magnus, and then our pilot, Doug Hurley, and Commander Chris Ferguson left Atlantis at 6:45. And payloads reports they now are on board the orbiter doing the destow. And as we heard, all of the ground cooling purges are connected to the aft end, as we can see here on Atlantis. The weather forecast for the tow from the runway back to the orbiter processing facility has just been passed to the ground team out on the runway, and the tow is expected to begin at about 10 o'clock, complete about an hour later, about 11, and it's going to get hot very quickly. Here is the crew transport vehicle now pulling back away from Atlantis with the 4 astronauts on board. They'll be getting a brief physical before they leave the crew transport vehicle and walk around Atlantis. And the weather forecast for the tow, it will be quite warm once that tow begins, already up to 94 degrees during the tow later this morning. Wind will be out of the west-southwest, 10 to 15 miles an hour. Just a 20% chance of rain showers. Meanwhile, the sun is well above the horizon on a beautiful clear morning here at Kennedy Space Center. General purpose computers on Atlantis have been powered down. Crew will have the chance to do the customary walk around, a tradition which began all the way back with STS-1 with John Young and Bob Crippen. And we'll be watching for the stairs to come down from the crew transport vehicle, meaning the astronauts are far from getting off. We expect the astronauts will have a short statement to make before they leave the runway to go back to the astronaut quarters, and with them also with some remarks will be our NASA Administrator, Charlie Bolden. Also who has served as a Space Shuttle astronaut. And the staircase on the crew transport vehicle is now coming down. Meanwhile, we're seeing a lot of foot traffic on and off the orbiter as things are being de-stowed. All the activities are going right on the timeline. In fact, some things are a little bit ahead, and there have not been any anomalies, nothing unusual noted. Right now, the distances for the landing gear and the point where the wheel stopped on the runway is now being measured. And the commander is now leaving the crew transport vehicle along with our other astronauts, being greeted by our NASA Administrator and our Center Director, Bob Cabana. We see Sandy Magnus, Doug Hurley, Rex Walheim, and Chris Ferguson. John Shannon from Houston, our launch vehicle Atlantis flow manager Angie Brewer, John Shannon, who's served as our program manager out in Houston for the Shuttle program. We see our launch director in the background, Mike Leinbach. And Mike Moses, along with Mike Leinbach. There's Lori Garver, our deputy administrator, and our administrator, Charlie Bolden. A scene of happiness as well as mixed emotions. There's the Atlantis banner that was actually on the hatch of Atlantis when the hatch was closed. He's with Rex Walheim, getting his picture made with Atlantis' banner. Mark Nappy from United Space Alliance. Sandy Magnus. And now we're underneath Atlantis. The crew is going to be going over to the landing gear and looking at the tiles with the remainder of a crew. There's our administrator, Charlie Bolden, again. Pilot Doug Hurley. It's Pilot Doug Hurley in the red hat. There is Sandy Magnus. And our pilot, again there in the red hat, is Doug Hurley. Crew is going back to Houston tomorrow afternoon. And as soon as they get back to the astronaut quarters very shortly, they will have a chance to have a reunion with their immediate family members. They will have a more thorough physical, and that will occur before they get something to eat. And there's our commander, Chris Ferguson. Here's our center director once again, Bob Cabana, director of Kennedy Space Center. Bob Cabana is talking with our commander, Chris Ferguson. Bob Cabana also has served as an astronaut on the Space Shuttle. Rex Walheim. And we see our purge equipment in the background that hooks up to the aft of Atlantis, providing all the cooling right now. Atlantis' onboard cooling systems are off. That is astronaut John Casper, who's served as our weather officer here in the firing room during launch, and has been responsible for conveying a lot of the information, weather information, with between our shuttle training aircraft weather reconnaissance and mission control in Houston. John Casper, also a shuttle astronaut. Weather out on the runway is still very favorable. It's still cool, not as hot as it will be by late morning, up into the mid-90s. Just a few showers offshore, moving away from the Cape. And all of the activity continues to be on schedule to start a tow back to Orbiter Processing Facility Bay 2 about 10 a.m.
I'm going to introduce you. I'm going to give you a speech. It's all yours. Can I hold your flag? I got it. You all probably can't hear me out there, but I'm going to talk to the mic anyway. You know, it's a great day to be here and to welcome the STS-134 crew back home. I personally want to salute them and everybody who's been involved in this program. It's been a 30-year journey that has been absolutely incredible. And I want to say that all of us stand on the shoulders of some pretty giants, none any better than this. They have come to be known as the Final Four. And they did an absolutely incredible job. If you had an opportunity to watch any time during the mission, they were like racehorses the whole time. So they made us very proud. You know, we've been exploring since early in our country's history. And what Fergie and his crew did this time was kind of close out this era of our exploration. But I want everybody who was involved in this to feel incredibly proud of what you did and what your role was. Like me, they got an opportunity to do the fly-in, but we owe an incredible debt of gratitude to the thousands, literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of folk around the country who made all this possible. I had a chance to talk to some of you this morning, and you know, we were lining up the convoy. I thank you again for everything that you've done. The things that we've done have set us up for exploration of the future, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I just want to salute this crew, welcome them home, let them know how proud we are of them. And Fergie, I ask you to come on up and talk for your crew there. So thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, thank you, Charlie. We really appreciate those remarks. I'll tell you what, you know, flying in space is a real dream, but flying in space, it has a lot more to do with who you do it with than what you do. And these three folks, Rex and Sandy and Doug, I'll tell you, if a commander couldn't ask for three better people to go and perform an aggressive and to a certain extent, you know, historic mission. I mean, there's no doubt that there was a lot of attention paid to this mission because it does bring to a final close 30 years of space shuttle history. I'm going to speak on behalf of them and just say that we're all, the three of us or four of us, were honored to be a part of this. But ultimately, it's everyone who's worked on the shuttle program. Although we got to take the ride, we sure hope that everybody who has ever worked or touched or looked at or envied or admired a space shuttle was able to take just a little part of the journey with us. We're going to put Atlantis in a museum now, along with the other three orbiters, for generations that will come after us to admire and appreciate. And hopefully, I want that picture of a young 6-year-old boy looking up at a space shuttle in a museum and say, you know, Daddy, I want to do something like that when I grow up. Or I want our country to do fantastic things like this for the continued future. And if we set those steps right now and they continue with that next generation of space explorers, then I consider our job here complete. So again, on behalf of the crew, thank you so much for the time and the attention. And for the folks at KSC, thank you for this fantastic vehicle. It performed absolutely wonderfully. Not a glitch, and it's just as pristine as it was, I hope, on the day that we took it, barring maybe a door to the WCS, which opened up a little bit on entry. But everything is wonderful, the vehicle is great, and thank you very much.
Excuse us.
And the crew very shortly is going to be heading over to the astronaut transfer van. You could see some of the activity to load equipment onto the payload van, things coming off the flight deck. The crew right now is expected to have a news conference at about 12 noon that will be carried live on NASA television. I would see them boarding the Astrovan. Our post-landing news conference with our senior management will be at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And there they go. And the crew has departed the runway 1 hour 38 minutes after landing on runway 15. So this will conclude our live landing coverage. We'll go now to some replays of the landing of Atlantis this morning. Once again, that'll be followed at 10 o'clock with our post-landing news conference, and then a press briefing at noon with our STS-135 astronauts. At 1 hour, 39 minutes, 35 seconds after the landing of Atlantis and STS-135, for the final time, this is Kennedy Space Center Shuttle Ground Operations.